All right, apologies for the break. We're going to have to go to overtime there for the Raptors up against the Kings. The winners of this will meet X Factor SA in the final, with the Syndicate going through to the 3rd and 4th place playoff. 1-1 for Doomsday Raptors against the Kings. They go into a playoff extra time. Winner will win. Winner will advance through to the next round. The loser will play for 3rd and 4th place.
One minute. Time out. One minute.
Let's try that again. Look up at the skies. I see blue skies. There are some great clouds about. Every now and again, sun peeks through. It gets very, very bright. Players have got the dark masks, goggles, dark masked goggles. Must have been difficult in the dark when they were playing yesterday, but it's nice and warm now. In fact, it's got so warm that some of the bunkers have heated up and got almost too full. They're going to have to let some of the air out of the bunkers.
20 seconds.
Pumped up with a leaf blower, but let's get into the action. Sudden death playoff. It's Doomsday Raptors up against the Kings. 1-1 after regulation time.
10 seconds.
Raptors playing from the left, Kings from the right. And the Raptors making a big move forward, managing to get to the hotel, as do the Kings also. 2 men forward. Everybody seems to have successfully made it through. No, Doomsday Raptors losing 2 quick players there. So the Doomsday Raptors down to just three players on the field. Kings losing another player, so they're down to 4. Good spread out to the right-hand side to fill up that empty position that the Kings lost. Raptors in a confident position. Raptors moving up to the hotel. Both teams have a player at the hotel. One just very low for the Kings, looking around the hotel corner to the right. He's going to make a move up into the central position. Does so successfully. Now there's that lull in the game again. Players just analyzing where everybody is. Discussing what the best move is forward. Movement up to the 50 mark now by the Kings. Oh, and he gets a hit. So down to 3 players now for the Kings. Raptors referee just checking to make sure the Raptors player wasn't hit. Kings moving out to the right-hand side of the field as well. They're opening up the space. And the Raptor players down. So Raptors down to 2 that I can see from my vantage point. 2 versus 2. 3 versus 2. So 3 Raptors players. 3 versus 3. Kings player again getting hit. So down to 2 players of the Kings. The Kings have moved forward. There's no support there for the Kings player who's moved all the way up to the big hotel of the opponent's player. Raptors moving around to the left-hand side. They're going to come in from behind, are they? No, he gets hit. Raptors also playing for a gung-ho move. And he gets hit as well. So that should be the game. And the Kings will go and secure a place in the final.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
We'll get ready for the next round of games. We move on to the challenges. Legacy against Team Fury in the semi-finals. Controlled Chaos will meet the Wolverines in the other semi-final. That'll happen in a few minutes' time. And then we'll have the champion semi-finals. Brutal Affliction against Wolverines SA. And War will take on Apocalypse. Look forward to all of those games. So just confirmation of the Division 4 X-Ball semis. X Factor will meet the Kings. And Syndicate will come up against the Raptors. That'll be happening a little bit later on this afternoon.
Four minutes. Three minutes. 2 minutes. One minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds.
Let's get into the Challengers semi-finals. Legacy against Team Fury. Control Chaos against Wolverines. Legacy unbeaten in the tournament so far.
Game on.
Team Fury sitting back. Team Fury losing a player really early. Legacy also losing a player early. So 4 versus 4 on the field. Movement out to Snake Corner for Team Fury. So they spread across the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost in a row, right at the back of the field. Legacy have moved a little bit forward, sending their small player ahead. Legacy still have those 2 players in the central defensive position. Team Fury moving 1 player up to Dorito 2, opening up the angles a little bit. Legacy moving up 1 position up to that 3/4 mark. As Fury players still sitting back with 1 player having moved up a little. Legacy being called, player being hit in the shoulder, so he goes out. So just 3 Legacy players now. Will this be their first loss of the tournament so far? Fury moving up slowly into the small pan. Plenty time in the clock in these tournaments, so lots of patience needed. Communication happening at the Team Fury. Plenty spectators on the opposite side of the field. Enjoying the view. During the game, they're very quiet and don't help the opposition. Fury getting confident now, standing up above the pillar, right at the far right-hand side of the field. Patient waiting game now. Legacy sitting back waiting for Fury to do something. Still have that Legacy player in the middle of the field, that defensive position. Also in Snake, the Fury making a move up to the 50-meter mark now. Halfway up, looking around the corner. Should be able to get that defensive position now. Fury need a player to come up on the left-hand side of the field as they look at it. They're being pinned back by the Snake corner. Both teams have a player in snake corner. And Fury loses another player, the one who was up at the halfway mark. He gets eliminated from the right-hand side of the field. So now 2 Fury players on the left. I think suddenly Legacy might have the slight advantage here in field position. Fury puts a play into snake. Meanwhile, Legacy player makes a big movement down to the Dorito on the left-hand side. That's going to open up the field a lot. 3 big position changes. Legacy have 3 players on the field. Referee just checking to see if the far left corner is okay. Yeah, he's got the go ahead. Up to halfway now for Legacy. Legacy and Fury 1-on-1. Both players getting hit. 2 versus 2 now. Legacy spread across the field in the 2 corners. Fury both on the left-hand side. One in snake corner. Two versus 2. Legacy moving a player forward, trying to get into a better angle. Snake player for Fury moves ahead as well, one position. Players counteracting each other. Lots of communication happening with Fury. And that warm weather I was telling you about has just gone away again. Patient waiting game. Fury looking to see where the players are. Lull in the game, everybody waiting, plenty time on the clock. It's going to come down, whoever wins this one. It's going to mean harder work the second time around to come back from 1 down. Oh, he got hit on the head, the man in snake, just getting a little bit too high. Legacy leading with 2 men on the field now. 1 man in snake corner now for Team Fury. Great comeback from Legacy after losing a couple of players quickly. Lots of patience shown by the young guys. International experience showing. Legacy moving around the left-hand side, getting behind that Dorito. And called a towel by Team Fury. Legacy with a fantastic patience. Great work. And Legacy will take a 1-0 lead with a lot of time used up already. Moved on to our next semi-final. This is Controlled Chaos against the Wolverines X. Not to be confused with Wolverines SA, who are in the Champions group. It's the Challengers group. Wolverines X against Controlled Chaos.
10 seconds. Game on.
Big breakout by the Wolverines, getting into those 4 defensive positions at the back, sending 1 player up to the front as well. Meanwhile, Controlled Chaos, as they always do, nicely controlled. Sending 1 player up into that small pull box, not very much of a place to hide there. He's going to try and move us to the rocket, and he does so successfully. Staying really low, never getting more than hip height. Staying down low, getting on his knees. Wolverines in good positions. Big movement forward by Control Chaos. Now 2 men at the halfway mark, or the quarter mark. Control Chaos calling the man at the hotel, seeing number 69 stuck behind the hotel there. Wolverines still have those 4 backward defensive positions. Forward movement by Controlled Chaos. And one of the Wolverines players now getting hit, the one who was in the middle. Wolverines Wolverines losing a couple of players at the same time. So Control Chaos feeling confident, moving up now. Player in Snake standing up. Able to take advantage of his position. But he's been noticed. Snake player getting down low, getting behind those barriers. Second one now going for a gung-ho movement. Gets around the corner, gets one. One versus one, two versus two. A lot of paintball going into the faces. One player getting hit in the hand by the Wolverines as well. Looks as if Control Chaos have enough players now to be able to get up and earn the first point.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Legacy up against Team Fury. Legacy taking that 1-0 lead. And look up in the sky and it started to rain again. So we just had the sun come out. Now suddenly rain pouring down from the skies. So the players having to contend with different circumstances, different lighting conditions. Start your mask with the dark mask on and suddenly you got to put a clear mask on because you can't see in the rain. Rain will affect the visibility as well. C2 Team Fury players making their way off the field already. So Legacy in control. Legacy making big movements to the right and left hand side of the field. Getting into Snake and getting up into that Dorito 3. And Fury going to call in the towel very quickly. Legacy making quick work of that. 2-0 against Team Fury. So after that slow game that Team Fury had with Legacy, Legacy making quick work of the second leg, 2-0. And we need to win by 4 to secure a win, or when time goes out. Up next, Control Chaos against Wolverines.
Can we get a medic here in the pit? Medic in the pit on the right hand pit.
Just as you got confident that the sun was coming out, the rain has started to pour down again. And the bunkers that were too full because they were warming up are now too empty. Joys of a high-felt summer.
10 seconds.
Control Chaos up against the Wolverines in the pouring rain. Wolverines lose a player really early in the breakout, sticking his head out and not staying low enough. Wolverines getting a man into Snake as well. Control Chaos sending a player out to the right-hand side of the field and a player down into the left into the Snake corner. Snake corner is going to have a great position on a number of players. So Wolverines in a bit of trouble now as Control Chaos getting to a controlling position on the field. There we go. Wolverines losing a player on the left-hand side. Because of the sudden cold, the bunkers have got much smaller than they were a couple of minutes ago. Difficult for the organizers to make sure it's consistent out in the field. Both teams play from both sides, though. Control Chaos moving up. 3 players moving up into different positions. Doritos moving up 1 each. And 1 into the hotel. Now Control Chaos move up into the Snake. Big move up into the Snake, taking 3 positions. Snake getting a good bead on the play in the central midfield. And while he's being distracted, playing the Snake getting hit though by that central midfielder position, that good defensive position. Control Chaos moving up to the halfway mark on the right-hand side. 4 players still for Control Chaos. Wolverines midfield position in the pouring rain. It's the heaviest we've had the rain. We were predicting this yesterday. That's why we try to get all the action done early. Referee looking up at the weather, looked at me, just shook his head. It was hot 5 minutes ago. We're all putting jerseys on now. Anyway, back to the action on the field. Control Chaos losing a player, so they're down to 3 players now. Wolverines still sitting back in those defensive positions. Control Chaos starting to play the patience game, waiting for the Wolverines to come at them. Wolverines using that bunker, pushing it over. That's how close he's trying to get to it. Control Chaos just confirming how many of their own players are on the field. We're counting 3 Control Chaos players. Yet another Wolverines player, so Control Chaos have the advantage now. Control Chaos with 3 players in the field, 2 now for the Wolverines. Hopefully you can make it out through the gloom of the rain, getting dark out there. Still plenty of time in the clock, but remember Control Chaos have the advantage here with their 1-0 lead. At what point do you think the Wolverines will throw in the towel? Control Chaos moving a player up into the center, fully upright. Didn't even bother to try and hide. Looks as if the Wolverines are just playing for time here. Control Chaos moved down the right-hand side. Now they're starting to feel a little bit confident. But as he made it into that dive, he got hit. So it's 2 versus 2 now. If the Wolverines can turn this around, it'll be a fantastic comeback. 2 versus 2. Movement up to Dorito 2 now for the Wolverines. That's going to change the complexion of the game a little bit. Still 2 controlled Chaos players. Oh, and the controlled Chaos players get hit. Now it's 2 versus 1. Wolverines have turned this game around from being 4-2 down. Suddenly now it's 2 versus 1. The 2 players know exactly where their opponent is. They're going to spread across the field. And it's a kill. The Wolverines turning a game from 4-2 down to go and secure the point. Wolverines go and make it 1-1.
I'm gonna keep the guys off just while we blow up, okay? I've told them not to come on now. If it needs to be now, the shut down.
Towel. 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 Point approved. seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game over.
Let's get back into the action now. 2-0 Legacy. Leading up against Team Fury. Remember, best you have to win by 4 in this tournament of challenges. In the pouring rain, all the spectators that were on the stands now huddling under umbrellas. It's a nice little clubhouse up at the top where you can get drinks and snacks and things. They're kind of snuck into there at the moment. So just the referee just checking one of the Legacy players. Legacy meanwhile moving up all the way into the 3/4 mark. There's small players in Legacy that can get behind these bunkers. Bunkers all had to get refilled as the cool air came through again. Team Fury going to the left-hand side of the field. They get into that snake corner. Referee just ensuring that he made it there successfully, and he did. Legacy feeling extremely confident. Remember, they haven't lost a game so far in the tournament, but they lose a player. Player had made his way all the way up to the 50, and he's going to have to make his way off the field. Again, another patient game. Fury and Legacy both moving up to the 50. Legacy getting the better of that. Fury playing, having to make his way off the field. But there's another Fury player making his way up to the Dorito 3. Legacy players looking for a referee to make sure that he wasn't hit. Referee giving him the all clear. Still have that Fury play in the central defensive position. Fury player sticking his head out of the Dorito 3 there. He's looking for trouble. Legacy trying to find another angle. Legacy players now moved up to Dorito 3. They've also got 1 at 50.
Towel.
And Fury will throw in the towel. Surprising move there, giving Legacy a 3-0 advantage with 1 minute or so left on the clock. So Legacy looking good to advance through to the final of the challenges. Up next, Control Chaos against Wolverines. 1-1 it is.
30 seconds.
Not very much time left on the clock.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
Control Chaos up against the Wolverines. Wolverines make a big dive out into the snake. They get up into snake 1, but Wolverines still have the 2 players in the central midfield position. Control Chaos also have 2 players in that central position. And Control Chaos lose a player from that big hotel. So Wolverines with a slight advantage at the beginning of the game. Mostly focused from the left-hand side of the field. They're playing across to the right. Control Chaos also on their right-hand side of the field. So it's straight up and down the field. Looking for the channels. Expanding the channels now, Wolverines. They've moved out to Dorito X. So that's going to be more of a diagonal, making it more of an angle. Being able to get into your opponent's territory. Finally spreading that defensive position. So 3 players at the back now for Wolverines. Control Chaos based on the right-hand side at central midfield position. And a good move up to just outside those small pillars, just outside of the snake. Controlled fire coming from the Wolverines, pinning back the Control Chaos. Control Chaos struggling to make progress up the field. Wolverines just happy to sit back. It's 1-1 with very few seconds left on the clock. Only 1.5 minutes now. Into the snake comes the Control Chaos player. Up into snake 1. It's going to open up the angle. Looks as if one of the Wolverine players has been hit. No, he's been given permission to go ahead. That snake player making a nuisance of himself. Covering 2 players. Just a minute left on the clock. Now it's going to have snake versus snake. Will the Wolverine player, can the Wolverine player see his opponent in the snake? Snake versus snake. 1 versus mano y mano. Just 60 seconds left. This one's going to go to overtime. 20 seconds left on the clock. Rain seems to have let up a little bit. Wolverines not moving up. Control Chaos is going to lose another player. No, referee says it's fine. They can go ahead. But this one's going to get timed out.
Game time finished. No points. Overtime. Seconds.
Legacy going to be looking to make it 4-0. Only 1 minute 17 on the clock here, so they can sit back. Team Fury can't really do much in 1 minute and 17 seconds. Let's see what comes out of this, though. Got to play all 10 minutes. Team Fury spreading out nicely. Fury deciding they're going right up the middle and make it to the halfway mark. Another player for Team Fury out to the left, out to the halfway mark for Team Fury. 1 player getting eliminated for Team Fury already. Legacy sitting comfortably, just sitting back, waiting for their opponents to come to them. Fury goes ahead, tries to make a big move, gets eliminated. 2 of the Team Furies out. Legacy goes up into the big tower, 3/4 mark. Team Fury moving up on the left-hand side and getting up to the halfway mark, also up to Dorito 3. That player gets hit though, so he's out. Legacy move up into the 3/4 mark. Couple of Legacy players, gung-ho player. Fury decided he had had enough of that. Legacy continues down the right-hand side. Looks like he gets hit though. 1 more Fury player sitting in the snake corner. Legacy are going to hit him as well. Legacy will get through and secure a 4-0 win. Great movement by Legacy down the right-hand side of the field. And Legacy advanced to the final of the Challengers competition.
Game time finished. Game finished.
So Legacy advance against Team Fury. 3-0 win. They didn't get to the buzzer. But let's move on to the extra time between Control Chaos and Wolverines.
20 seconds.
Don't just go for that, telling you, dude. You put us short.
10
Go
seconds.
off, let me know. Let Andre know.
Game on.
Enter extra time. 5 minutes to play for these players. Wolverines on the right-hand side of the field. We've got Control Chaos on the left-hand side of the field as the rain comes pouring down again. Difficult to see either side of the field. Hopefully you can see the action through the camera lenses. Thank you very much for watching. Wolverines making a move out to Snake Corner. getting themselves a position to cover the field from left to right as they look at it. Control Chaos also have a player in snake corner, so shots right across the field, 45 meters from end to end. Control Chaos making a move to their left, so they've got that diagonal attack. And they've got themselves a kill, so Control Chaos down to 4 players. Plenty time for both of these teams. You just need the one win now in extra time. Into Snake comes Control Chaos player. Each side has a team in the Snake. Each one has one in the Snake corner. Looks like Controlled Chaos have lost another player. Wolverines out in the Dorito 2. Countdown continues to count down. Remember, if it remains a stalemate, it'll be one-on-one. Penalty shootout. Whoever wins that one-on-one will go through to the next round. 3 players in close proximity for Control Chaos. Communication happening with Wolverines. Still plenty of time on the clock, only halfway through the game clock. Bit of a stalemate now as both sides not willing to risk anything. Just paintball's been sent down slowly by the Wolverines player in snake corner. One and a half minutes left on the clock. Are the players willing to risk a one-on-one? Do they have faith in their one player that'll get them through to the final? Control Chaos against Wolverines. Lots of shots coming from the far side of the field. It's almost like it's an opportunity for somebody to make a big move now. Is there anybody willing to risk up, stand up and try and take out 2 players? There's a movement, another Control Chaos player being eliminated. Wolverines looking to move a player up on the right-hand side. They do so. And here's the gung-ho movement that we're talking about. 1 player getting eliminated, 2 players getting eliminated. Is there enough time for the Wolverines to be able to get forward and be able to hit that tag? 1, 2, 3 Wolverine players still out in the field. Movement across the right-hand side. They're going to get to the base. And with 19 seconds left on the clock, the Wolverines are going to get through to the final. That great move there by the Wolverines player, moving all the way back from snake corner, taking out 2 players. That's what was needed.
Point approved. Game finished.
So Legacy will meet the Wolverines in the final for the challenges. Legacy against Wolverines. And Control Chaos will come up against Team Fury. Team Fury not scoring a point in their competition against Legacy. Controlled Chaos scoring that 1 point and losing in extra time. So it's been raining non-stop now for the last hour or so. It is persistently raining here at Funnabell Park. Players don't necessarily want to come out in this weather, but that's the way it is. We're getting ready for our Champions semi-finals. You can see on the screen. Brutal Affliction will come up against Wolverines. War against Apocalypse. I'm actually looking forward to that War against Apocalypse play. War against Apocalypse, Brutal Affliction against Wolverines. That'll be starting in a few minutes' time. We are running ahead of schedule, as we've been telling you, about an hour and a half. So it's due to start at 2:15. So, yep, we're running about an hour and 15 minutes ahead of schedule at the moment. No, correction. Yeah.
So I shuffle everything around. I shuffle the cronies. I shuffle the team. Now it stops. I was shuffling the team that the cronies in. You guys crony and go off, then you guys go second and go straight on. And yeah, weather like 40 at the moment. Byron minus 20.
Seconds.
Oh.
referees will stop moaning and we can finally get onto the play. Let's move on to the Champions semi-finals. Brutal Affliction against Wolverines SA. Starting things off, it's going to get intense.
10 seconds.
Plenty time on the clock.
Game on.
It's the Wolverines sitting back. Brutal Affliction moving ahead a little bit. Wolverines losing a player early. One on the right-hand side behind the Dorito, so that position has to get filled. Another Wolverines player making his way off the field. Meanwhile, Wolverines player making his way to Snake Corner. Affliction moving up into the center of the park, making it nicely to the halfway mark now. Movement down the left-hand side as well for Brutal Affliction. Brutal, one of the players just making sure that his mark is working. One in the middle of the field seems to be having issues with his marker. Looks like he's got it sorted though. No, not yet. It's going to hamper his team a little. Signaling to his teammates that his marker stopped working. Doing some infield repairs on his marker, the man in the middle of the field. Rain lets up a little bit. Brutal Affliction against Wolves SA. Bit of a stalemate now. Brutal Affliction's sort of one man down because he's still busy working on his marker trying to get that fixed. Wolverines communicating across the field. Brutal Affliction moving up to Dorito 3 now. Big diagonal shots going across the diagonal of the field. Another Wolverines player getting hit. Just 2 players left for Wolverines. So really it's 2 versus 2 at the moment because of that Brutal Affliction player who's still working on his marker.
Point approved.
And Brutal Affliction take the lead there after Wolverines throw in the towel. Brutal Affliction move up 1-0 there. Lucky actually for the for Brutal Affliction. The one player's going to have to, he's got a few minutes now to go and fix his marker up, find out what's wrong with it. He was trying on the field, just couldn't get it to work. Luckily his teammates helped him around the sides. So let's get War up against Apocalypse.
20 seconds. Seconds. Game on.
War losing a player really, really early. Apocalypse getting up, and I think the referee might have an issue here. One player slipping as he was trying to get in. Referee getting him to one of the War players. Hurt himself quite badly. He's being taken off the field. They're leaving his marker behind. A little bit worrying for that. We'll get confirmation of exactly what happened there. But as the War player was making his way up, holding his chest as he was helped off by the referee. Meanwhile, Apocalypse continue to move forward. They've got a man up at halfway. They've got a man behind the hotel at 3/4. Apocalypse can smell blood now as War down to only 3 men on the field. Apocalypse losing a player, making that 2 players, so they're back down to 3 versus 3. 2 Apocalypse players up at the 3/4, 1 player up at the halfway mark. Meanwhile, War stuck 2 players at the back and one's moved up just slightly to the first set of barriers. Bit of a lull in the game now as the players just assimilate, work out where their opponents are. Apocalypse will feel as if they have the small advantage. Movement up by War now to the big hotel, doing that quite easily actually. Players all centralized in the middle of the field. Great shot there by by Apocalypse. So War down to 2 players. War down to 2 players, Apocalypse. Movement to the right-hand side by the player from Apocalypse, trying to open up the angle. Moving forward now, that player from Apocalypse well beyond the halfway mark. I'm feeling there's going to be a bit of a gung-ho move here at any moment. Apocalypse stepping back, trying to open it. 3 Apocalypse players versus 2 War players. Spread across the field are Apocalypse, whereas War players stuck in the middle of the field. Movement by a War player, getting a gung-ho movement, taking out 1, taking out 2. So it's 1 versus 1 now. Apocalypse against War. Great move by that War player, getting rid of 2 Apocalypse players, making it more even. 1 versus 1. War player outside of Snake. Apocalypse player at halfway. Diagonally across the field. Who's willing to blink first? Rainer stops, so the crowd have come back onto the fencing, keeping an eye out. Quiet, letting the players concentrate. Can see the Wolverine, the Apocalypse player there, trying to find his place. Looking left and right. War player steps back a little bit, trying to open the angles. Who's willing to take that first step? Don't want to give away their positions. Apocalypse player takes a couple of shots. All the while the time is counting down. War player continues to look for his opponent. War player over the top, then to the left, over the top. Oh, gets a couple of shots from the Apocalypse player. War player not using any ammunition. Setting up the gun, his marker for right-handed. Then he swaps to left-handed. Then to right-handed again. Now the sun comes out. Apocalypse players sending down a couple of paintballs. Bright sunshine on the field now. 6 minutes for this game already. Just 4 minutes left on the clock. Is any team willing to throw in the towel? There we go. There's a movement by War. War player Smuts, number 4. Is it 14 on his back? Moves up one more position. Apocalypse player, I don't think I've seen him move. Sticks his head out from the big move down, back to 50. War follows him. Both players on the side of the 50. It's a patience waiting game now. You know your opponent has to put his head out. Apocalypse player putting his head out, shooting directly at us. War player going to the left. War player staying left. Is anybody willing to make a move forward? War player staying left. Extending out. Now making a move to the right, trying to open the angle, and the War player gets hit. Apocalypse gets the hit and will sit and not even hit the timer. Going to wait for War to throw in the towel, or will he go to hit the buzzer?
Towel. Towel.
War will throw in the towel.
Point approved.
Tense win for Apocalypse. He'll be the hero of the pits as he makes his way in now. He'll get high fives from his teammates. So we move attention now to Brutal Affliction against the Wolverines. Brutal Affliction with a 1-0 lead going into the next round.
30 seconds. Seconds.
Did you see the barrel break? I pulled it out the ground.
10 seconds.
Like this. The barrel. Dug into the ground as far.
Game on.
Brutal Affliction against Wolverines. Referee already calling out one of the Brutal Wolverines players. And there's a penalty as well. So Wolverines down 2 players, and they're going to call towel very quickly.
Towel.
That just lasting a couple of seconds.
Point approved.
And Brutal Affliction will take a 2-0 lead. Wolverines starting off really, really badly. Rather calling an end to that one quickly so that they can maybe come back in the time remaining. It's gone to War against Apocalypse quickly. Only 2 minutes 44 left on the clock. Can War come back after that tense one-on-one standoff? Sun comes back out again.
Seconds. Seconds. Game on.
Apocalypse against War. War break out nicely to one player out to the far right-hand side of the field. Two in the central position. One on the right now making a big move up to the Doritos. Meanwhile, Apocalypse sitting steady. Referee's making sure all the players made the breakaway. It looks as if they did. War moving up into central, but they've lost a man down the right-hand side. That one that was doing all the big movements. So that's been counted into the central rocket. War need to make one back. I see an Apocalypse player making his way off the field as well. So we're down to 4 all. 4 players on each side. Another War player making his way off the field. So down to 3 are War. Remember, Apocalypse have that 1-0 lead after that long 10 standoff in the first round. War player into snake corner. Looks as if he's going to get hit. No, he's staying on the field. Apocalypse mover player up into snake. Apocalypse lose another player. Both sides trading player for player. Apocalypse got a man in the snake. He's getting pelted, but he's low enough down. War mover player up to the central tower, or the central rocket. Gung-ho movement by a player from War. 1 for 1 there. Move forward from War onto the left-hand side. Only a minute left. Apocalypse are going to have to do something here. Just holding back. Getting to more defensive position. But he gets hit. One more player for Apocalypse down the far burrito. War going to move up. Getting over the barriers. Gung-ho movement down the outside for War. But there's one more War player left. And they will get to the buzzer. And War level it up. With seconds left on the clock.
Point approved. Seconds.
Richard is on it, don't worry, go on. Go on for now, Richard is on it. Coming around it. Just keep watching it, please.
20 seconds.
I did mention it to Richard this morning, but he said it's because of the rain and the wet. Yeah, this is getting heavier.
10 seconds.
Brutal Affliction up against Wolverines. Can the Wolverines fight back and get 2 more points?
Game on.
Wolverines playing from right to left. Send a player out to Dorito 2. Send 2 players forward. Just the one position forward. Brutal Affliction just sitting back. And as I say that, they move forward into the big hotel. One player in the defensive position getting eliminated. So Brutal Affliction lose a player down to 4. Wolverines SA looking pretty. Brutal Affliction just need to hold on for plenty time on the clock. Moving it up to Dorito 2 now are Brutal Affliction. Wolverines got their 2 players in the back. They move one up to the central rocket. Central Rocket should be able to come diagonally and get that play in the hotel if he strays too far to the left. Plenty shouting by the Wolverines, communicating with each other, make sure that their teammates know where the players are. Wolverines getting really in tight to that Central Rocket. Hotel player for Affliction, standing up, then kneeling down, changing the angle of attack. Movement up to Dorito 2 or Dorito 3 now for Brutal Affliction. Snake corner for the Wolverines, just keeping everybody pinned in, seeing diagonally across the field. Wolverines just lost a player in Dorito 2. Wolverines down to 3 players now. Three players for the Wolverines. There's a little lull in the game. 4 players for the Wolverines. Oh, there's the 4th one sticking his head out now. He was hiding behind the hotel. Missed that. Forward movement by Affliction. Getting behind, that's what people are calling Apple. 3/4 of the way up the field. Up to Dorito 2 goes another Wolverines player. Wolverines need to be able to do something here. Need to turn around that 2-0 deficit. Remember, this is the semi-finals of the champions. Winners here go through to 1st and 2nd playoff. Losers will go to 3rd and 4th playoff. Big movement from the Brutal Affliction player, making it away to 100, getting rid of 2 Wolverines players. So just 2 Wolverines players left on the field. In fact, just 1 more. And that's it. They managed to get that Burrito player. Brutal Affliction.
Towel.
And Wolverines will throw the towel. And Brutal Affliction will take a 3-0 lead. So we focus on War against Apocalypse. A little umbrella tagging there. 33 seconds left on the clock. It's 1-1. I have a feeling this one is going to go into extra time.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
War against Apocalypse. Just 30 seconds left on the clock. War make a big move forward. Apocalypse sitting back. 1, 2, 3, 4 spread across the back. Paintballs flying across the field as War make another move up to that central rocket. Still have that central defender in place, as do Apocalypse. Apocalypse have a player out in Snake Corner. That seems to be where the focus is at the moment. Seconds counting down. Looks as if nothing's going to happen. Nobody's willing to make a big move.
Game time finished. No points. Overtime.
And they're going to go into overtime. Sudden death playoff between War and Apocalypse. That'll be coming up in a moment. But can Brutal Affliction make it against Wolverines? Can they make it a 4-0 win?
Seconds. Timeout. Timeout. Two minutes. 1 minute. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Brutal affliction against Wolverines. Wolverines need to do something to be able to turn this around, and they do it. A huge breakout for Wolverines, making it all the way through to the forward position. Player up in snake as well. Referee's just making sure that their player did make it all the way to the end, but the Wolverines are going to get a penalty, so they're going to lose 2 players very, very quickly. 2 or 3 players being eliminated from Brutal Affliction as well. So penalties being handed out left, right, and center, and I think that match is going to go to Brutal Affliction in a matter of seconds. So a number of penalties were handed out by the referee. Every time there's a minor penalty, another player gets taken off. I think there were at least 2. And one of the players were hit as well. So Brutal Affliction are going to make that a 4-0 game.
Seconds.
3-0. Okay, well, I'm going to tell them.
Game time finished. Game finished.
Brutal Affliction letting the time run out, but still winning 3-0 against the Wolverines SA. So Brutal Affliction booked themselves a place in the final. Who will they come up against? War or Apocalypse? They go into a playoff. Been inside 5 minutes. Whoever wins this round goes through to the final. Whoever loses will meet the Wolverines in the 3rd and 4th place playoff.
Seconds. 5
War make a big breakup, getting all the way to the second tier of barriers. Apocalypse losing a player early on. So Apocalypse down to 4 players that I can see. War player making his way into the snake. It's being well protected though. Up to the rocket goes another war player as well. 2 Apocalypse players were behind that central barrier, managing to make it out to the left hand side though, so they spread it out. So war play in the center, war play within snake 1 and out of the rocket on the left. Apocalypse players on the far right hand side, 1 in the middle and then 1 just off to the left center. Reminder that the winner of this goes through to the next round into the playoff for first and second in the champions group. War making a big move up to the hotel. So central players now for War. Snake 1, hotel, rocket. Snake moves up to snake 2. It's been spotted though, so he's going to have to stay down for a little bit. Apocalypse players fighting back. Left and right, right and left as they stay in the back of the field. Apocalypse players trying to make it through to snake. Manages to get there successfully. Into the snake corner. So snake corner versus snake corner. Another Apocalypse player making his way towards the snake forward. Little turret. Now 3 war players have got the beat on him. He should have gone the other way around. War players have got the better angle on this. Apocalypse are going to be trapped in that corner. War players move forward. Gets up to the apple. Three Apocalypse players sitting in the back. They have to start keeping an eye on time. You don't want this to be a 1-on-1 playoff to decide who goes through to the final. But War sitting with the advantage. 4 men on the field. Referee checking to see if he's been hit. War player saying that they got him. Referee checking to say no, he's fine. And he takes a dive into the snake. Take advantage of that while he's being covered by snake corner. Three Apocalypse players are spread across the field. War players need to move 1 or 2 players out to the left as they look at it. Barrage of fire coming from both sides. Snake 1 corner protecting the Apocalypse players on the right hand side of the field, heading towards the left. War players playing left to right. War players moving a little bit closer here, made it to the halfway mark. Snake player trying to make his way back. Some interesting movement by Apocalypse up to T-Back 2 or Dorito 2. If he moves up 1 more, he should open up the angles. This looks like it might very well go to a 1-on-1 playoff. Player in snake is playing backwards on the snake. He's actually trying to play around the bottom of the corner. Just seconds left, and a big move by Apocalypse player. Managing to take out 1 of the War players. And is he going to take out a second one? Is indeed. Big move by both snake players. And I think there might be a penalty coming here. Referee having a look. 1 versus 1, and time runs out.
Okay, get ready for one-on-one.
War,
No points.
War,
60
and
seconds.
Apocalypse
Overtime.
will play a one-on-one battle to decide who goes through to the final. That'll start in 47 seconds from now. 1 versus 1 to decide who advances to the final. The winner will take on Brutal Affliction. The losers will take on Wolverines and the champions.
We can have dreams. Probably doing in sport.
1 minute.
Yeah, you know that cloud over there? That's
30 seconds.
that's
So War up against Apocalypse after all of those battles,
Timeout.
after all of those strategies. Now get 1 versus 1 to decide who will get through to the final and meet Brutal Affliction in the final. Loser goes through to face the Wolverines.
One minute.
They'll be same side, eh? Good side still, because there's no point there. Yeah, again.
Seconds.
Is this like soccer, right? They do have shootouts, don't they?
20 seconds.
Yeah, penalty shootout. But it can happen up to 5 times. Someone needs to score. But yeah, whoever scores first wins. But should they play the minute out and no one wins to the next?
Okay, wait, we've got an explanation from the man who puts this all together. Paul. Oh, wait, Paul, the referee wants you.
10 seconds.
All right, so just confirmation of what will happen. Somebody has to score.
Just a minute.
There's a minute on the clock.
Game on.
1 versus 1. Somebody has to score. If nobody scores, then you'll get the next set of players coming on. One versus 1. War against Apocalypse.
Teammates.
Paul saying these two are teammates, so they know each other, they know their strategies. Apocalypse player getting behind that snake corner. Already used up 1 barrel of paintballs. Clock is going to count down very quickly. Looks like they're going to have to bring on their second player.
Game time finished.
So we move
No
on,
points.
move
60 seconds.
on to the next
Overtime.
player.
Different players. Can't use the same player again. If they run out of players. If they run out of players. Not like that doesn't happen. Open the rule books.
So the next two players make their way to the center. War up against Apocalypse. First 1-on-1 ended in no score. You have to score. You have to eliminate your player and make it all the way through to the base in just a minute. It does take a little bit of bravery. Can't sit back in this game.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
1-versus-1. War against Apocalypse. Both players sitting back, looking for just that one kill. You just need that one paintball to hit your opponent. War moves to the left-hand side. Apocalypse trying to counter that, getting up forward. You just need that one kill. You just need that one long shot. And a sprint to the line to give your team a place in the final. Apocalypse staying further back. War moving up nicely now, is in that forward rocket position. Also movement up on the right hand side by Apocalypse, getting also to his forward rocket position. Aiming left and right. Big movements by the War player, getting up into the 50-meter mark, and he gets hit.
Game time finished.
And not enough time for the player to be able to make it through to the buzzer. I'll bring on a third player.
No points. 60 seconds. Overtime. 1 minute.
I'm going to stop that. Have you got air for this one? Who's coming on now? Have you got air? Right, guys, it's over. Apocalypse wins according to the rules. First player to eliminate the opposing player wins. First player to eliminate the opposing player wins. He doesn't have to hit the buzzer. It's in the rule book.
Controversy here. You heard the organizers saying. So Apocalypse will advance to the final, where they'll beat Brutal Affliction. And War will play for third place against the Wolverines.
No, you were hit. No.
Dion, jy's geskiet. Ja, asseblief. Rule 9-12-9. The first player to eliminate the opposing player or hit the buzzer at the opponent's base will win the match.
Okay, maar wie die call gemaak het wie eers geskiet? Want ek en mekaar geskiet, loop ons saam weer af. Dit is wat ek wil vra. Nee.
Byron! Byron!
Dis al wat ek wil weet.
Ek het nie besef hy was both players hit.
Ja, wie was dit? Dis wat ek wou doen.
Just call the game. We just need some clarification. Like,
Ja, wait, ek weet nie.
they're busy with it now. Okay, cool. Just say Pits.
Just go there. Just go there.
Sorry?
Yeah, Byron!
Byron, ja.
This side. Apparently both players were shot. So he was definitely hit first. Done. Okay.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, lunch break, 30 minutes, then we start again the finals.
Byron, yes, you're still telling me I just shot him.
We just need you to call, like, who won. Because, like, you know, we don't fucking know. Did they win? You just need to call it and go, hey, Park won. This is the game. They did. I just need it. No, I just didn't hear it. So I'm like, I'm not going to shake your hand until you call the game. Definitely done. Here's a game. Definitely done. Definitely done. It's still good to upload. Still good to upload.
Then doesn't come and ask
go for it, go for it. Better than you guys.
Yeah. Doing the bunkers when it was raining, I just felt like 50 like raindrops per second on my back, and I'm just like, this can't be rain.
It's
Yeah, but
amazing how it changes.
it's been sunny about twice a week, and then but the clouds have just lit, and just
It wants to stay there. It wants to stay here.
it's like the humidity comes in and it's like,
It's like the right. The legs. The legs.
figure out what's going on.
Looks like they under the net. So legs need to be picked up. We need to set them.
What leg? Where?
The legs looking down. The pole is sitting on top of the nets. Looks like they've blown in and sat on top. Picked up and pulled out.
Stop hitting things.
Well, I don't get you back.
So just straight front.
I'm just going to the bathroom, wish me luck, and I'll keep the other side of me.
I'm gonna keep my radio on. So if you get an SOS, just
That's a 40-46 meters. Yeah.
probably
Yeah, so just go to the main bathrooms.
we can't see you.
I do shit voluntarily and it's fun as hell. I know.
Everyone's complaining like, wow, this is the best.
No, it's been a bit shit with the weather, but that's nothing we can control, so why get upset about it too much? So have fun working it. By the way, there's the Spaniards. I'm gonna take full advantage of this. Oh yeah. Come here. They think that they have a good outside look at me. My back. Probably a 5-star somewhere.
I don't need one. I already know what I do.
All right, let's get into the finals.
20 seconds.
Very quick start now for X Factor SA against Kings 2. They're playing in the final of the Division 4 X Ball. They need to win by 2.
10 seconds.
And the Syndicate up against Doomsday Raptors for 3rd place. Welcome back, by the way.
Game on.
Very confident breakout by the Kings 2. X Factor SA also looking extremely strong in their breakout. Kings losing a player, the one who went forward, got to the hotel and got called out. Referee having a look-see at the X Factor SA player and deciding that he is still fine. Four players still on the field for Kings 2. During the lunch break, the sun came out nicely. It suddenly got warm and it's got cool again now as the play is about to start. Kings player getting hit on the head, so he makes his way out. Only 3 players now for Kings. X Factor SA moving forward nicely. X Factor player moving up on the left-hand side, and 2 players, in fact. First player moving out to Dorito 3. Kings 2 still sitting back. Those 3 defensive positions at the back of the field. As he tried to move forward as well. Getting eliminated, so now we just have 2 Kings players on the field.
Towel.
And the Kings are going to throw in the towel.
Towel.
Remember, they only play to 2 in Division 4. So the Kings 2 have got a lot of work to do in the second leg. Next up, Syndicate against Doomsday Raptors.
Seconds.
And dark clouds come over this, come over again. The wind has picked up a little bit.
20 seconds.
It'll be cooling the players down nicely. You get patches of bright sunshine, and then you get dark clouds coming overhead.
10 seconds.
Playing for 3rd place, the Syndicate and Doomsday Raptors. Thunder happening in the background, that's worrying.
Game on.
But the Doomsday Raptors not having a great breakaway. 1 or 2 players still stuck behind the central barrier. Referee going to make sure that the Doomsday Raptors are fine. Doomsday Raptors lose 1 player. And a 2nd player as well for the Doomsday Raptors. So they're down to 3 players. The Syndicate in their bright orange standing out in the dark. I can see 4 players. Make that 5 players still for the Syndicate. Whereas Doomsday Raptors down to only 3 players already. Raptors shooting while they're loading. Raptors consolidating, 1 in the middle, 1 just off to the right-hand side, and 1 Doomsday Raptors made his way up to the 50. No, correction, to the big hotel. As I said, that Doomsday Raptor makes his way up to Dorito 2. Staying very low down, and the one at the hotel has been hit. So now only 2 Doomsday Raptors on the field. Syndicate make their move up to the halfway mark. Yet 1 more Doomsday Raptor gets eliminated. So just 1 more, he gets hit. And the Syndicate are going to make this a 1-0 game. Playing for 3rd and 4th place.
Towel. Towel.
Doomsday Raptors throw in the towel.
Point approved.
Syndicate take themselves a 1-0 lead.
Seconds. 20 seconds.
X Factor against Kings. Can X Factor secure 1st place in the Division 4 X Ball? Well, watch the X Factor breakaway. One man goes all the way to the hotel. Three men spread out across the back. Good defensive positions. One man making it all the way to the right-hand corner. As for the Kings, they've lost a player already. Kings down to just 4 men. Make that 3 men now. Kings in all sorts of trouble. One player moving out to the left-hand side. One in the center hotel. One at the back. 4 players now for X Factor. Dorito 1, Hotel 1 in the middle, and 1 at Snake Rocket. Snake Rocket man gets hit in the head, so he gets eliminated, down to 3 players. So 3 versus 3 at the moment now. Good comeback by the Kings. Kings lose another player. So just 2 players on the Kings side now. X Factor going to be wanting to move up. Move up. Big movement on the right-hand side. Gung-ho around the outside of the field. Looks like he got 1 for 1, so now the Kings just have 1 more player. 1 versus 2. X Factor moving up on the right-hand side. Plenty time, and that's the elimination. And X Factor will win the Division 4 X-Ball playoff.
Base.
Just waiting for confirmation. Gives the thumbs up.
Point approved. Game finished.
And X Factor SA confirmed as the winners of the Division 4 X-Ball at the SARPL Paintball Super Cup 2019. Congratulations, X Factor SA. Let's see who will win 3rd place, the Syndicate or Doomsday Raptors. Still plenty time in the clock for Doomsday Raptors to be able to pull one back.
Seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Syndicate playing from right to left. Doomsday Raptors from left to right. Syndicate in the bright orange, managing their break without losing a player. Doomsday Raptors also look like they've managed to get out to the field, spread out nicely without losing a player. And Doomsday Raptors moving up the left-hand side of the middle of the field and losing a player at the same time, so they're down to 4. That's another kill for the Syndicate, so Doomsday Raptors down to just 3 players now. It's another kill for the Syndicate. Doomsday Raptors in all sorts of trouble now. Just the 1 player, he gets eliminated. And the Syndicate will run through and they will secure themselves a 2-0 win, 3rd place.
disgusting, fourth.
That's 5 k's away. Apparently you're supposed to stop at 15 k's away. And it's rigged. So I think we need to give it. That's why I was wanting to win time yesterday.
Yeah.
So I
Good
don't
thing we
know.
did win back some of that
I
because
think we need to set it. Give it 20-30 minutes to see what it does, and then
stop for 20, 30 and see. So
no, before we start the next set.
yeah, there's a next set now, eh?
Or do you want to do
No,
it?
it's
So we finish this set.
Challenger set. Yeah.
Okay, let me let them know we're gonna hang 10 for a bit and make a call.
It's moving.
You want to take the photo
It
from
is
now
moving
because
a bit the most. So.
Yes, you can do that.
Byron! So 10 minutes, Byron. We'll check it every 10 minutes and let the players know.
All right, so just to let you know, the thunderstorm has come in overhead. We've had light rain without any thunder over the last few days, but now we've got a proper thunderstorm overhead. And due to the lightning, we just, for the safety of the players, have decided to take a weather break. You heard the organisers saying that every 10 minutes or so, a check will be had. The apps are out, keeping an eye on where the lightning is. So every 10 minutes is going to be an update, and we'll keep you updated. So stay close, keep an eye on the stream. We'll keep it running. And we hope that you join us when the action gets underway. It's the finals of the challenges, and then we'll have the champions. Legacy up against Wolverines for in the final of the challenges. Third place between Team Fury and Controlled Chaos. And then for the champions, we'll have Brutal Affliction against Apocalypse and Wolverines against War.
While I'm watching what it's doing, it just said 7. See, now it's 1 k.
So it's gone from 5. Hey, we get shit, right here.
It went from 5 to 7 to 5 to 1.
Basically, right here.
Yes.
Cool.
Apparently this goes from red to orange to red, orange, green. Yeah, apparently 15 k's set is either a half hour or 45 minutes. I mean, it's not guaranteed because some games go faster than others. So you pay for a seat, your logo goes on that, and in the break times, we can't have anything that's advertising that's longer than 30 seconds because you saw we typically have a 45-second break to run advertising. So in a 45-minute set, you can have a few repeats of an ad, but you can't guarantee how many. There will be a that's typically a 5-minute set. Yeah. So, but either or, so either they get them in the obviously the 5 minutes running up to that set, they get advertising, they get mentions probably during the set, as well as their logo then rotating. Obviously, we either need to decide whether we want to do one or two rotations, but I would do only a single advertiser per set. I worked it out, literally, you know what it works out to? The 45-minute set is between 500 and 750, and then typically semis and finals is the more expensive one. So there you charge your 1,000 or your 1,500 rand because it's the more. So I'll send you what I've previously broken it down. I'm looking for non-paint brands to sponsor. Anyone that will hit this target market. I mean, it's a high end, financially stable kind of name as well. In my opinion, I don't know Spur as well. I mean, Spur is going heavy for the mountain biking. I don't know why we don't get Spur or any of the food chains for that. But if you guys realize that they're not even looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it could have looked, so I think as soon as it's high profile, it could have looked inferior. No city scored him.
Yeah, it's become very dark very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, but then, yeah, so it's moving that way. See, we've got a lot less.
It must be delayed, so I imagine we're on, I don't know how real it is.
So we're sitting right.
That's that red bit there now. That's the other one for, that's,
Oops.
that's everything.
And I'm in the
Now
sun.
you're fully close. Go eat some for supper. What you eat?
I knew this was coming. That's why I didn't focus. See? Yeah. Oh, the lekker. Okay, let's go. Are you coming with us? That's the ball. Okay, bye. I'll be the light to the chance.
No, that's not my foul card, man. That's my fight.
Anybody can be an artist.
So that lady in the red, defaced the Superman.
My like of my. Beteken dit kom na ons toe. Dit lyk of hy so beweeg. Very likely. Nee, weer kan probably nie skop. Is dit? Is dit typical oor die reën hier? Let's do it. No one said it's fun. Okay, so get it after That's why I played my hour and a half yesterday. Hopefully we're not going to. Hopefully we won't do more than an hour and a half. There's some water running in here.
Let's take your fan. Make some space.
No worries.
Oh, there's plenty of water there.
Sure. If you wanted, it's black and white on there if you want it. I'm not going to wear it. I'm
Going that way, Paul.
No, she's wrong. She's a paramedic.
I need to buy one of those bug zappers.
She was more accurate.
Well, I'm going to buy it. You can get one, it's the same size as this.
She was like a lighting detector.
You plug it in, it's USB, same as this. You plug it in, fill it with pour your water in. And it cools it down. Sea breeze.
We have two medics here that can help you. Breathe. Are you okay now? I just saved your life now. Now we're even. Saved you once, you right my leg. Are you talented at like massaging stuff, anything like particular speciality?
This was still silver, but it's still all of that.
Particularly like that. No, we're okay. I'm fine. I'm very
Verder is 10 kilometer weg. Wel, eintlik moet dit 15 kilometer wees.
Stuffing people. Yeah.
You ever see like hectic stuff then and then you use that when it's like crazy, isn't it? Like really bad accidents.
Net hierdie lyntjie wat hier hardloop.
Is it busy though? Like is it
Now it's busy.
this time of the year?
Unfortunately.
No, you just literally sitting around.
So weer?
It's very seldom
I
that
suppose you would
Daar's so
say
so 'n lyn.
Change the colour.
sit around or whatever, how long it's like
Oh, yeah.
go.
Want sien
As
hierso
jy
is
daai tafel lank is, kan jy nog baie.
want daar's Klerksdorp
Ja, okay. Ek sien wat jy sê. Ja.
en daar's Sekunda. En ons is ergens in between.
Want ek sê gaan nie op na die
En dan Klerksdorp toe.
Waar's Klerksdorp? So ek
So what do you do?
daai kant waar hy gaan
Is Klerksdorp so? Well, Klerksdorp is that side, so is that coming? The light that comes.
That's moving this way, and this is
Lie to me.
moving.
I believe you. Don't lie to me.
Yes.
So this is pushing away. This is a little bit. So we've had that now. So this is coming in. So if you look, it should be.
was in Klerksdorp nou.
There's a little bit there, but it's basically done. I mean, it's behind. It's basically. So just give it another 10 minutes or 5 minutes. That's moving
Got
away
electricity
from us
issues
already.
on the left.
I think it's wet.
Yeah, I told you.
But if something does happen, then I'm ready to go. No. There you go. They can multitask. They can multitask. And our good word, she's very good at sticking things in things.
I pulled that extension out of the well, then the whole thing dropped. I don't know why.
We'll put this here.
I don't know
Here
why.
we go.
I just be sick, but I thought it came right again.
Flying around an helicopter.
I don't know why.
That's
We've
just
got
false
this
one.
one.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
I don't know why.
Normally there's none of that. Normal paramedic and that.
No, that's a
Ride
whole.
around in those zippy cars or you use one of those big ones? You got the cool one.
Okay, it's on 6 kilometers. Well, it's just 6 days away. So you're gonna go there. Is there still power on the scoreboard?
Yeah.
Okay, I've pulled out Diane with Cindy Fun. So we'll take it away.
That's what I'm thinking. That's how I remember. I was like, thanks for
Rain, go away. Mess up your... No, it was the NHL we did. We had the last birthday, so we get onto the event, his peas and stuff, before he packed in his bag, he was not even dirty.
I was going to say, it's getting better.
It's got a separate pouch to put the dirty stuff in. It's got like one of those, I don't know, like an inner, and you get separate from the other pouches.
Okay, we good. Let's go. Byron, let's go. Chrono, let's go. We're 15 guys. It's orange.
Okay, let's go. Crony guys. Let's go.
Then we're gonna have to go catch it up with.
How much?
All the way if you can.
Hold on.
There we go. No, we need to see you guys working, otherwise we don't know. We wouldn't be able to tell if you were doing it.
Maybe just start.
There was
Chrono in July. Yeah, and it's on 6 Ks now again. It was just now on 30.
Who went Crony? Do you know who's there?
back to 13, Paul.
Okay, let's Crony. Let's go. Hey, man.
Just check with Lucan if the power came on there again.
Hey! We know. Do we? Our famous last words. Byron, can you do this?
And then he needs, just tell him he needs to go that side as well, please.
Byron, can we blow up the snake beans? They asked. I can't hear you, man. Can we blow up the snake beans? Yes, you can. Were you asking me or you telling me? No, they want the snake beans blown up. Yeah, Nathan's got it. I need to drop it. Thank you. Shit, nothing dry. I'll go turn it.
seconds.
So welcome back. Just had a big thunderstorm, as you can see on the camera that we're showing you the angle. Field is now officially soaking wet. I think some of the players have put on their swimming costumes underneath their paintball kit,
10 seconds.
but it is properly muddy out there. We are going into the final for the Challengers. Legacy up against Wolverines.
Game on.
Wolverines with a good breakout, sliding into the snake and getting hit at the same time. Players are going to have to rework out just exactly how much action they can do. Can't slide. It's like watching those New Zealand rugby games where the players slide in from 5 meters outside the try line. So Wolverines have 2 players in the middle, 1 player moving out to Dorito 2. And spreading out nicely in the middle as well, to the left. Meanwhile, Legacy, who are unbeaten so far this weekend. Conservative approach. Players staying at the back. 1 moving now up to central barrier. Sliding again. Misjudging exactly how much they're going to be sliding in this wet conditions. 2 Legacy players moving up to the 3/4 mark. And another one sliding into Snake 3. Big shots across from the Snake 3. 2 Legacy players moving up on the left-hand side, making their way up to the 50, up to the halfway mark. Snake 3 peppering the remaining Wolverines. Making his way to Snake 4, sloshing his way through. Big cross to Dorito 2. That's a kill. And there'll be a kill now as well behind the other post. And Legacy will continue with their great performance as Wolverines throw in the towel. Legacy go 1-0 ahead of Wolverines. We move on to the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Team Fury will take on Controlled Chaos. Controlled Chaos were beaten 2-1 by the Wolverines, and Legacy thumping Team Fury 3-0. They could have made it 4-0. They just didn't go and hit the buzzer earlier on this afternoon or this morning. So 3rd and 4th playoff for Team Fury against Controlled Chaos.
20 seconds.
No, it's still pretty close, but
10 seconds.
That's better. If it hits me, save me, okay? You just save me.
Controlled Chaos just making it to their pits to be able to start off, or making it to their starting positions. They managed to get some sort of coordination though. 2 to the far right-hand side for Controlled Chaos. 2 in the center and then 1 slightly forward. Struggling to see the Team Fury in the murky light. 3 players right at the back, as you can see. And then 1 has moved slightly forward to just outside of Snake. You can see in the middle center of your screen there. Team Fury, or Controlled Chaos, losing 2 players in quick succession. Just the 3 now. 2 at the back, 1 in the central pillar, 1 off just to the left. And then in Dorito right, Dorito 2. Team Fury pelting the opposition from that Snake position. Getting into Snake and making his way up to Snake 2. Looks like he might have got there unnoticed. A couple of Controlled Chaos making a big move towards the Snake corner. Seems to have managed to stay there, get there and stay there. And the one in Dorito corner has been eliminated, as has the one in the center. So just 1 more Controlled Chaos player. He's under Dorito 2.
Towel.
And they call in the towel, do Controlled Chaos.
Point approved.
So both teams starting on the left-hand side of the field as we look at it, winning the first rounds. We go back to Legacy against Wolverines.
30 seconds. Twenty seconds. 10 seconds.
Legacy up against Wolverines. Wolverines playing from left to right. Legacy on the right-hand side of the field.
Game on.
Legacy with a good breakaway. 3-4 men right at the back already. One of the Wolverines players has been eliminated. Some very sharp shooting from the Legacy players. Big move up all the way to the 50 from the small Legacy player. Referee calls him out there. He was hit in that big movement. So now Legacy down to 4 players. 2 players were in the central bunker. The first one making his way forward. 3 in the back. 1 going forward now again. It seems to be the tactic. 3 covering. You can see the players of the Wolverines spread out there at the back. Good defending positions. So that's a third Wolverine player that's been hit. Wolverines down to just 2 players now. Legacy moving up across, aiming for teabag 1. Legacy players pushing up on the right-hand side now. Looks like a bit of a gung-ho movement, but makes it all the way through to 50. And a movement into Snake as well. That's going to definitely be able to take out the player. Just needs to pop his head up. And that's going to be the game. Legacy with 4 players spread across the field. We'll go and make it 2-0.
Point approved.
Legacy, Wolverines throwing in the towel for a second time. Hopefully the effects mic is picking up the squelching you can hear there.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Team Fury against Control Chaos.
Game on.
And Team Fury breakaway, sending 1 man forward, spreading out the rest. That 1 man sending forward though was hit, so Team Fury already down to 4 players. 5 players for correction, Control Chaos losing that player. Team Fury, 4 in the back, 1 going forward, 1 getting up into just outside the Snake Rocket. Also moving up on the right-hand side, getting into Dorito as the skies start to clear overhead. Control Chaos spreading out, getting out to Dorito 1, but at the same time, Team Fury move up 2 players. 1 into the hotel, 1 into Snake 2. And they move a player out of the far Dorito 4. Well spread across the field of Team Fury. It's the same tactics that Legacy use. Get as many players across the field as you can. 2 of the Control Chaos players walking past us, squelching through the mud. 2 Team Furies up to 50 now. 3rd Team Fury making his way past Snake 4. Field covered nicely. A Snake player popping his head up, getting another kill. So Team Fury will go and make that a 2-0 game.
Towel. 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 Point approved.
So Legacy and Team Fury looking good. 30 seconds now as the team swap sides. Legacy will return to the left-hand side of the field. Wolverines to the right. This is the final of the challenges.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5
Wolverines with a good spread out, getting all the way out to Snake Corner, sliding well beyond where he's supposed to be because of the slippery conditions underfoot. 2 players in that central defending position. See how much longer they can last there. They're going to have to move up. Legacy with a more conservative breakout. Players towards the back. There's that forward movement that we were expecting from Wolverines. Legacy being adjudicated by one of the referees. Referee's now wearing a bright orange raincoat. He decides that everything's okay. Legacy players is allowed to continue to play. Legacy moving out to the left-hand side. Legacy tactic of trying to spread across the field as much as they can. Wolverines sitting back. They've got their defensive positions up. Wolverine player at the big hotel. Shooting left, shooting right. Trying to open up those angles. Nearly getting hit. Knows there's a player in Snake Corner now. Legacy just working out what they need to do, sitting back, waiting for their opponents to make a mistake. Wolverines making a move up to that snake rocket. So now 3 Wolverines players in a row. It's going to be easy pickings for somebody on the opposite corner from the Legacy. One of the Wolverines players getting hit in the head. So he'll make his way off the field. So 4 Wolverines players now. Remember, Legacy, as you can see, leading 2-0. They don't have to do too much. Moving up into the hotel, though. Second Legacy player moving up to Rocket. And a Legacy player getting hit at the hotel. Lots of communication as you can hear the Wolverines. Legacy seem to be quiet this time around. And another Wolverine gets killed. 3 players now on the field. And another Wolverines player gets eliminated from the Dorito on the right. So just the 2 Wolverines players now. 1 on hotel, 1 at the back center. Now the Legacy start coming out for the kill. Great shot from behind. 1 more player. And that's the last Wolverines player being eliminated. The Snake player doing extremely well. Number 57 for Legacy. Going to make it 3-0. So Legacy make it 3-0. Can Team Fury do the same for 3rd and 4th playoff?
Seconds. 20 seconds.
Team Fury up against Control Chaos. Team Fury on the left-hand side in the yellow and black. Chaos.
10 seconds.
Red and black. Team Fury with a big move out to the left-hand side of the park and one forward. And while Control Chaos with a good forward position as well, getting to ahead of that forward rocket. 2 players in the back, just making sure that everybody's being held back. Quick lull in the game. Second phase going to be beginning soon. Player for Control Chaos moving up to the Snake Rocket. Long diagonal shooting coming from the Team Fury player in the far left-hand corner. Moving up to Dorito 2 now for the Control Chaos player. Running right into it, pushing it over almost, but managing to gather himself again. Still 5 players on the field for Control Chaos. Fury player moving up into that small little pillar the second. That wasn't good enough, not fast enough, and he gets hit. Into the snake comes the Control Chaos player. Control Chaos look as if they're starting to take control of this game. But they, as I say that, they lose a player. Oh, and the man in the snake getting hit. So Control Chaos down to 3 players now. Team Fury still have those men in the corners. You can see the one directly in the bottom of your screen, one right at the top left-hand corner of your screen there as well. Good way to control the field from those corners. Control Chaos also putting a player out in snake corner. It's the left of the field as they look at it. Another lull in action. Nobody's willing to take a risk. And another Control Chaos player gets hit. The one from Dorito 1. So 1 Control Chaos player in Dorito 2 and 1 out in Snake Corner. But here comes Team Fury player down the left-hand side, far left-hand side. Don't think he's been noticed. 2 players very close to each other in the far Dorito. Another lull in the action. Dorito player versus Dorito player. And both players getting each other out. And the one in Snake Corner being hit as well. So Team Fury will go and make this a 3-0 game.
Towel. 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 Point approved.
Now we wait for Legacy against Wolverines. Can Legacy go the entire weekend without being beaten? Action started on Friday.
30 seconds.
Legacy players making their way out. No communication with the opposite team as they walk out to their respective positions.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
See if the young Legacy players with international experience will be the difference here as they take on Wolverines X. Big forward motion for the Legacy side. 1 player very far forward at the hotel already, 1 at the Rocket. 2 other players sitting back and defending. See the Wolverine X players there earlier. Plenty standing water still. Water seeping slowly into the ground. Legacy players taking a brave step. Is he going to make it into the snake? He does. Slides a little bit past, but he manages to get in. So the two corners now being controlled by Legacy. Central positions have two players in as well. As for the Wolverines, they got themselves a central position. Also one out in snake. You can see the player directly in the center of your screen there, playing from right to left as he's looking. Legacy more than happy just to sit back. They're leading 3-0. It's up to the Wolverines to have to do something. And time is getting short on the clock. Can't imagine you could make up 3 points in 1.5 minutes. Another Wolverine making his way back to the pits. Another man short. Legacy with a big move up to the right-hand side. Just a minute left on the clock. You think that this is Wolverines to lose. Legacy are going to secure this one and get the win, or win the Challengers final. So as I say that, they lose a player. Still 4 on the pitch. One moving right up into his opponent's territory. Just seconds left on the clock. Big move into Snake now. Another Wolverines player making his way onto off the field. Legacy just waiting out the clock. Still that central defender for Wolverines. But it's all going to be too little too late. He gets hit. 1 versus 1 down the right-hand side of the field. And Legacy are going to secure this with a 4-0 win.
Game time finish. Game finish.
So game time ran out. But that's good enough for Legacy. Legacy secure a 3-0 win, beating Wolverines in the final of the Challengers.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
So for third and fourth playoff of the Challengers, Team Fury up against Control Chaos. Control Chaos playing from left to right. Fury can seal this now. Good breakaway from Fury. Control Chaos making a big move up forward, all the way to the rocket. Big man doing it as well and managing to get there without getting hit. Team Fury with a good spread across the park. One to the far right-hand corner for them, one in Dorito directly in front of him, and I see a Control Chaos player making his way off the field. So Control Chaos down to just 4 players. Big dive out of Dorito, 3 for a Control Chaos player, but he gets hit in the process. Still 5 players for Fury. 3 players now for for Control Chaos. Move up to Hotel for Team Fury. Chaos are going to be pinned back now. Now it's time for Fury to start making those forward movements. Big move up to Snake 3 for Team Fury. Another Control Chaos player being eliminated, so he's off. Movement from the center to the left for Control Chaos, which is going to be a sitting duck now from the Snake. That was going to be inevitable. Great shot through the barriers. And Team Fury are going to secure this. 1 minute 20 still on the clock. Are they just going to run through and buzz?
Base. Point approved. Game
And it's been
finished.
confirmed. Team Fury will take third place in the Challengers competition. Team Fury beating Control Chaos. So Legacy come first. Wolverines X in second place. Team Fury in third place with Controlled Chaos in fourth.
Final set.
We're moving to the final set now. It's the champions of champions, Brutal Affliction against Apocalypse. They'll be playing in the final with the third place playoff between Wolverines SA and War, WAR.
seconds. 20 seconds.
All right, let's get into the big one. It's the Champions Final, Brutal Affliction against Apocalypse.
10 seconds.
Brutal Affliction in their purple and black. Apocalypse in their green and black.
Game on.
Great breakaway by Apocalypse. But the ref's keeping a close eye on this. Brutal Affliction, also a good breakaway. Apocalypse with 4 players, you can throw a blanket over them. All close together. Just looking at the Brutal Affliction layout. Brutal Affliction losing a player, as does Apocalypse at the same time. Brutal Affliction with those 3 players that you can see, one moving out to the left-hand side. Now, and the one further up at Dorito 2. So 4 players nicely spread across the field. Movement up to Dorito 3 now. And up to the big hotel for Brutal Affliction. Apocalypse getting up into the Snake Tower. Apocalypse also spread across the field, but Brutal Affliction moved up into the halfway mark. They've got some sort of control now. Two players really close to each other for Apocalypse. They're going to have to spread out. Both of them sitting ducks. Brutal Affliction moving a player up on the left-hand side now, as you can see. Far left-hand side as well. That's going to open up the angle. He gets a good shot from across the court. Apocalypse player making his way off the field, so they're limited now. Yet another Apocalypse player, so it looks like just the one more. He's taking a duck, and he makes it into the center defensive position. So Brutal Affliction is trying to work out where the player is. He snuck his way into the middle, into that middle tower. In fact, 2 more players for Apocalypse. One is in Dorito 2. One is in the center defensive position. They've identified the one at the teabag, or Dorito 2. Man in the central defensive position still hasn't given away his position, just waiting to see. Dorito 2 player still there. And the center one's finally given away his position now for Apocalypse. 2 players just sitting and waiting. Brutal Affliction need to move forward now. Now they know where they are. Now to try and work out the angles for Affliction. Affliction just sitting and waiting. Apocalypse peeking around. Dorito Drew thinks he has a target for Apocalypse. Has a good shot, just misses. The Affliction player just ducking down in time. And he takes a good shot. Ooh, 1-on-1. Both just missing. The Affliction player just checking if he's the only one. Asking if his teammate if he's still there. He's not getting a reply. Oh, what a great shot. Deflection just missing. Thought that hit the Apocalypse player. Affection player shouting to his teammate who's well behind him. All these players using up the time. Remember, they got 10 minutes to play. Also, ammunition must be running low. Trying to jump up, making a move out to Snake Corner. Now Apocalypse must have the advantage. Players on either side of the field. Long way out from the bunker. Still more paintballs for Apocalypse. He loads what looks like his last pod. Still that Dorito 2 also firing. Apocalypse player changing his angle of attack. Correction, the brutal affection, but at the same time, Apocalypse player sneaking forward. And he gets a great shot through the bunkers. So 2 versus 1 now. Communication for Apocalypse players right across the field. Brutal affections have that one player on the field. Can we find them with the camera? Hiding away. Right on the far end of the field as you're looking at it now. Try our best to zoom in. There he is behind that big bunk in the center. Apocalypse player making his way around. Trying a new angle. Already used almost 7 minutes in this first round, and they got the kill. And Brutal Affliction will throw in the towel. Apocalypse take a 1-0 lead in a very long game.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Wolverines up against War. They're playing for 3rd place in the Champions Division. War have a good spread. One man going all the way forward to the rocket. Looks like he made it. Also a player getting onto Dorito 2. 2 War players being eliminated from the far back of the court though. So 3 War players left on the field. One at the rocket, one at Dorito 2, and one at the Snake Rocket. Nice movement up to Snake Rocket there for the Wolverines. Yet another War player making his way off, and another one, so Ward left with just 1 player on the field. Wolverines making quick work of this one. Moving up to the left-hand side for to Dorito 3, also up to the big hotel for Wolverines. Feel this is going to end inevitably. They should throw in the towel now, should War. As they do.
Towel. Point approved.
Wolverines pick up the win there, 3rd place.
Another game's going to be the long one.
20 seconds.
Who's playing 1 and 2? Who's for April?
10 seconds.
So Brutal Affliction against Apocalypse. It's just 3 minutes left on the clock now for Brutal Affliction to be able to do something. Not a very big breakaway. One player making it all the way up to Hotel for Brutal Affliction. Apocalypse have got their man up at the Rockets. Also, a Reflection player has made his way up to Dorito 2, opening up the field very nicely. Paintball's flying across the park right now. Apocalypse sensing blood in the water. They know they just have to hold out for 3 minutes. One of their players making their way up to the hotel. 2 players in a forward position in the center of the field. Three players for Brutal Affliction right at the back. One at the hotel, one at Dorito 2. Meanwhile, Apocalypse sitting comfortably, have their defenders out of the sides. There you can see the Brutal Affliction players. 3 of them, you can throw a blanket across them there. Movement to the right-hand side, getting into Dorito 1, manages to do it successfully. So now the players a little bit more spread out for Affliction. Two minutes left on the clock. Apocalypse just happy to sit back. Big move into a snake for Brutal Affliction, manages to make it successfully. Now having to shoot left-handed around that snake corner. And movement into the short snake rocket by one of the Brutal Affliction players. They're sort of moving the wrong way. You kind of want them to move the other way. Apocalypse seems to have covered this corner. Oh, a great hit. Player making it into snake, but he get a hit in that movement. Apocalypse losing a player now as well.
60 seconds.
1 minute left on the clock. Brutal Affliction going to have to do something within 60 seconds, and they try a big move up to the 50. Staying far away from the barrier, finally making it up. Apocalypse throwing paintballs all over. He's trying to reload, staying in close. An Affliction player moving up to the right-hand side, but he got hit. Into snake. Into snake comes Brutal Affliction. If he just stuck his head up now, he'd be able to get out 2 players. Oh, he just missed the one, just a little bit late. Gung-ho movement down the right-hand side and down the center, not going to be good enough. And Apocalypse are going to make this a 2-0 game.
Towel. 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 Point approved.
Let's move on to third place. Wolverines against War. Wolverines with a 1-0 advantage so far. Still plenty time on the clock.
30 seconds. Seconds.
Dark clouds come overhead again. Temperature drops, getting chilly again. I want to say we've had all the seasons in one day, but I feel like it's only had 2. We've had winter and summer. Wolverines against War. War have a big breakout, making it all the way to their front rocket. Meanwhile, Wolverines spread out across the park. Right corner, 2 in the center, 1 in the forward small pod, and 1 in Doritos 1. 5 players spread up. Dorito 1 player moving to Dorito 2 for the Wolverines. War players made it up to the hotel, but one of the players has been hit already, so he's out of the park. War down to just 4 players now, but there's movement up for the War player up to Dorito 1 and 2. Wolverines losing 1 player as they are hit, making their way off the field. War player down on his stomach, made his way through to Snake. Wolverines players come up to the Snake Tower. Should be an easy picking here. Another War player being killed and another Wolverines player being killed. Gung-ho movement. Both players knocking each other out. There's a War player who's now gone into the opponent's territory. Wolverines trying to make a move. And they managed to hit him. All the Wolverine players out. War players out. And Wolverines will go and hit the buzzer.
Game stopped. Base. Point approved. Seconds.
Referees getting lip from the players. Referees not taking any of that.
20 seconds.
So penalties being awarded. We'll sort that out for you now. But Apocalypse make their way onto the field against Brutal Affliction. Just 15 seconds for Brutal Affliction to be able to do something. I imagine they're just going to run down the park now. Let's see what happens. Brutal Affliction, 1-2 players right down the park as predicted. Managing to make his way quite far down before he gets hit. Another player going for a run down the center. He makes it to the halfway mark before getting hit. 2 players left on the Brutal Affliction side.
Game time finished.
And that's going to be the end. And Apocalypse will win it 2-0 against Brutal Affliction. Apocalypse are the champions. Still plenty to play for in third place. Wolverines up against War. Wolverines being punished dearly for back talking to the referee.
Seconds.
Correction, War being punished for back talk to the referee. So War start with 4 players. This is for third place in the champions.
10 seconds. Game on.
And War have a big breakaway all the way to the Rockets. Playing with 1 man down from the beginning. Can they turn that around quickly? Still plenty of time on the clock for War to be able to do something. Wolverines leading 2-0. Wolverines have a player in the center. They've also got one in the bunker and in the far left-hand side corner. War have lost a player already, so they're down to just 3 now. Big move up to the hotel for the Wolverines. Bum slide, feet first. Sneaky move down in Snake here for the Wolverines. War moving a player up to that forward rocket position. Snake player getting hit. Snake player getting hit for the Wolverines. So War down to 2 players now. 1 in Snake corner. 1 in Dorito 2. 2-0. Wolverines leading 2-0. Snake corner and Dorito 2 for War. That's what separates the 2 teams at the moment. Sneaky move by the Snake player. If he just looks up to his left, he would have had a clear shot. Snake player, Dorito 2. Watching each other. Snake versus Dorito, they know where each other are. And the player in Snake gets hit. So still 2 players left for War. 1 in Dorito 2, 1 in Snake corner. Need to find how many Wolverines players are left. See the 1 Wolverine player in the bottom corner of your screen. 1 right up at Dorito 3 as well. So War that was starting with a deficit here decided they're going to show just what they're worth. Snake Corner versus Snake Corner, 1 versus 1. The War player out of Dorito getting very brave, standing up, just making sure he gets his full view of the terrain, managed to get back down again. Just checking what the time is. Realizing they have plenty of time. War have to score twice. Still 1 versus 1. Teabag versus Teabag and Snake Corner versus Snake Corner. Big movement up for the Wolverines player. He makes his way into his opponent's half. I think he got away unnoticed there. Rain starting to come down again. A little bit of a stalemate. Both sides looking for players. Not worried about the clock just yet. But I think Wolverines will feel a little bit more confident knowing that every second less for them is a second less for War to pull point back. Spotted each other now. Wolverines player giving his position away. (2:30 on the clock being said by the players. Wolverines player left and right, and he gets the hit. So the War player is making his way off the field now. 2 versus 1. 1 in Snake Corner. Good angles as well.
Towel.
And Wolverine and War will throw in the towel,
Point approved.
making it 1-0. Correction, 3-0. 1:14 on the clock.
One minute.
Richard! Richard!
Oh, we're coming down to the last game with just 30 seconds left before they get onto the field. Wolverines leading 5-0. Already Apocalypse are the champions of champions. Legacy are the champions of the challengers. And X Factor SA are the Division 4 champions. Both sides calling timeouts now. So Wolverines 3-0 up.
2 minutes.
This is coming fast.
We've just had a look at the weather radar and we see a big storm coming. Hopefully we'll make it in the next 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Not counting the 1 minute to count down. So we've got 5 minutes to finish this game. Hopefully the weather stays away long enough.
1 minute. Seconds.
Good sportsmanship as the players make their way onto the field. Wolverines against War. War starting with 4 men last time, and they still managed to last a long time. 3 minutes left in this game.
10 seconds.
Do they just play for time, Wolverines, or do they go for the win? War with a big breakaway going down the center of the field. Wolverines a little bit more conservative. War continued to make their way forward, just checking to see if he was hit or not, making it all the way to the 50. Also, a second player making it all the way to the 50. Make that a third War player all the way to the 50. All three of them managing to make it successfully. In fact, as I said, that one of the players gets pulled. So War down to 4 players now. Wolverines got all their players. They've made it up to the big hotel. Still one player in snake corner, just defending, making sure everybody's all right. And Wolverines player gets hit. Second Wolverine player gets hit. Another War player making his way off the field. Wolverines player making a big move to snake corner. Looks like that's where he's going to stay for the rest of the time. War going forward. Managing to get killed. War player still at the 50. Rain starting to come down heavier now. That storm that we were expecting is overhead. War player with a very clean jersey, surprisingly. Maybe he's been spending the day keeping his legs warm. Another War player making it up to the hotel. Some great shooting from Snake Corner. Pinning down the War player. Wolverine player gets hit on the right-hand side of the field, so 2 War players. 1 War player going around the right-hand side, standing up. And he manages to get the hit as well. So War are going to pull one back. It's 3-1. 1 minute 15 on the clock.
Point approved.
Who did I just lose?
One job. One job.
The good news is they can't call any more timeouts.
Yeah, but they can still be overtime. And then whenever there's been overtime, what happens?
2 points in a minute 50. Okay, I'm not saying it's not possible.
How much break time did they get you? Like 2 minutes, or was it?
Remember, we're waiting for 15 seconds, then a major penalty calls it. As long as it's for the right team.
Just saying.
1 minute.
Hashtag.
I'm trying, Drew.
Hashtag choose
I'm
wisely.
really trying. I'm gonna need a VIP for tonight.
Just think about it. You can go sit in a hot jacuzzi as soon as the prize giving is over.
Did anyone bring the jacuzzi to the prize giving?
sure how you can organize that.
Or like a jacuzzi or something like that.
30 seconds.
I'll chill at the prize giving.
All right, Apocalypse has already won the tournament, champion of champions. Wolverines and War battling it out for the 3rd and 4th place medals. Wolverines with that 3-1 lead. Thunder overhead, grey skies overhead. We heard the referee saying it's been a long day for these guys on their feet. Let's go. War and Wolverines. War not spreading out at all, just staying in the center. 1 or 2 players moving forward now for War. Wolverines are happy just to sit back, but War have to make something work. Only 1 minute left on the clock. War making a big move up to the halfway mark now, far right-hand side of the field for them. Apocalypse just sitting back. Wolverines just sitting back, waiting for War to have to come. War making a forward movement to the hotel and making a big wide move out to the outside onto Snake Corner. Wolverines losing another player. 30 seconds left on the clock. That War player that was at the halfway mark is being eliminated. More War making a big move up in the Snake and down the center of the field as well. Gung-ho moves for War. War moving down the right-hand side. They're going to get a kill from behind, and War are going to hit the tag. And War going to make it a 3-2 game with 10 seconds left on the clock. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but some great movement by War down both sides of the field.
Point approved.
Points been approved. They pull one back with just 10 seconds to play. Can War pull one back and make this a level game? Going to extra time.
Exactly 10 seconds on the top.
It doesn't allow me to in it, so you guys are playing it. Yeah. You're playing it.
And the score is 3-2.
Make sure they know they're playing it. Score is 3-2 for Wolverines, yes?
And the rain comes down heavy now with 10 seconds left to play. It's the last 10 seconds of the weekend. Thank you very much for watching, by the way. It's been a pleasure to have you along. Thanks for your comments and your shares and your likes. It means a lot to us. Hopefully you've enjoyed the paintball action. Make sure to like the SARPL page. You'll get updates on everything that's happening paintball-wise in the country.
1 minute.
Make sure to like it, tell your friends, share all the information. Let's see if we can grow this sport of paintball, get more teams involved in these competitions.
You want them off the field, the plugs.
Plugs, unscrew the plugs as many as they can, bring with them and just bring it into the tent.
Seconds.
Can War do something in these last 10 seconds? Or will Wolverines just sit back?
10 seconds.
10 seconds to go. Wolverines with a big breakout. War going right down the center. 1, 2, 3 being eliminated. Still a player going down the right-hand side. He gets eliminated. That's the end of the game. And Wolverines will win 3rd place in the Champions of Champions. We're going to wrap it up here. It's been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again next time.